And good afternoon. Welcome to Let's get this turned up. There we go. Now we got it cleaned up or turned up. Good afternoon. Ryan Ragland with you on the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. It is invitational time here at Gladstone Bowl as the top, what I believe it is 32. Top 32 in points over the season are bowling 7 games of qualifying. They will cut to the top 8 today. Come back tomorrow for a 8-man round-robin match play. Top 5 will go to the step-ladder finals immediately after that. So this is a time to kind of relax a little bit, have some fun. We'll talk to some of the bowlers as we need to, or get some scores or something. Actually, we have 4 lanes on this broadcast today, and then we'll have things work out right. We'll be able, cross fingers, we will be able to have, all 8 of match play tomorrow. We'll be able to go back and forth with the cameras, and hopefully all that will work out. So, and I found out that my old buddy Alan Van Zant's going to be here tomorrow to help out with the round-robin match play and the stepladder final, so that'll be fun. Got to work with him in St. Joe for the USBC St. Joe Masters, which was a good time. Also want to remind everyone, make sure you hit the like, the subscribe, and the alert bell. Yes, we did have a problem with YouTube. Still don't know why. Don't care anymore. This is our new one, and we need to get everyone to subscribe to it so that way we can get everyone on there. The other thing we're going to work on for next year that I'm already working on is possibly 3 cameras, possibly have one that's going to be looking at the as the ball goes into the pins, try another camera angle. Also, probably going to go directly to Facebook instead of going through YouTube. I don't know. I got to talk to Dan about that. Maybe just go through both of them, so that way if you want to go back and look at it later on, you can just go to YouTube and we have the backup. Also, I will be recording it. So anything happens, we're now going to have evidence that we violated no security deals with YouTube. Anyway, going to shut up now, let you enjoy watch whoever's bowling, and like I said, we have the scores up there, and this is going to go kind of quick. We have 4 on a pair, 7 games. It's going to go kind of fast, so stick around and enjoy yourself. Make sure you hit the, like I said, the like, the subscribe, and the alert bell, and we have the, also have the chat page, so if you want to, just type in a chat, say hi, where you're at, who you're watching, or whatnot. And we'll keep you updated on the finals, and I'll give you a little ambiance, noise with the bowling, and we'll be back with some updates here after a little while from Gladstone Bowl with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour and the Invitational Tournament today and tomorrow.
30 drink.
And Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl, and we're going to take a left. Trying to find out. Tony Manna Jr. Well, I really can't change it. You can look off to the right on lane 23. Tony Manna Jr. has a spare and the next 7 as he walks up into the 8th. Dead flush. Tony Manna Jr. really likes this house. He's on the, we've gotten to talk to him, he's on the physics blackout. And on ahead of Tony, I don't think it's Patton. No, it's not Patton. Trying to find out who it is that is shooting through. Oh, Bob Heffler has the front. He has the front 9. So Bob Heifer, excuse me. He's on lane 24, so you'll be able to see on the right side. And that doesn't look too good. Misses the unit. So go figure. I gave him all the props in the world, and he misses the unit. But when he gets done, Tony Manna Jr. is going to be up on the right lane going for 290. And this is what I mean. It's going to go real super quick. Darren Henderson on 17 and 18 that you can see off the left pair. He has the front 7. So these guys are going kind of quick. It's going to go fast. We'll be in and out. But stick around. We will have the first game standings coming up in a few here at Gladstone Bowl for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational with the top 32 in points over the season. We'll cut top 8 for the round robin tomorrow and then the stepladder finals immediately after that. So stick around. Game 1 standings coming up in a few. And Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, as Darren Henderson from Salina is getting ready to walk up on lane 17. So you'll be able to see the result. I would turn the camera over, but I'm using the same camera for the scores on, so you can see on this for. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it. And Darren's going to be moving over to 19 and 20 after this, as we're waiting for a fill shot. I want to remind everyone, hit the like, the subscribe, and the alert button for the new YouTube page. Also, I got in talking to Dan, and the other thing I'm going to work on is we're just going to broadcast directly into Facebook, but also have YouTube broadcasted, so that way, if you want to, you can go back and look on YouTube, plus I will have it recorded. So we'll try to keep all the bases covered. And David Kuchar has thrown his fill ball. And Darren Henderson walking up in the 10th on the front 9. And Brandon Leibel does what Brandon Leibel does, and pretty quiet, 250 if he sheets out. So here's Darren with his first one. Pretty flush. Looks like he might be throwing the TNT, or can't quite tell. So he throws that first one pretty well. 7 games today. Cut top 8 for the round robin match play, and that'll be at 11 o'clock tomorrow. And then straight into the stepladder finals. So a lot of stuff going on tomorrow here at Gladstone Bowl, who is the host center for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. And also you'll see a lot of the sponsors rotating on the screen. We want to make sure, say a huge thanks to them. Lisa Finley was going to be here, but they have a Memorial Baseball tournament for her son going on, and she definitely needs to be there for that. So huge thanks to her. Darren with 11th. Oh, and he throws about 5 pins at the 8. So front 11. And Darren getting set for the 12th. And it's all quiet. And he goes 2-4-10. Got a little fast with it, but 297. He'll lead after game 1. We're going to take a timeout, and when we come back, we'll have the updates after game 1 here at Gladstone Bowl for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational at Gladstone Bowl here in Gladstone, Missouri. We'll be back in a little bit.
morning, Brando.
afternoon. Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl, and we have the scores after game one. And not surprising, Darren Henderson, 297 leads. Tony Manna Jr. goes 290. He's in second. Doug Code, 279. He is in third. And Robert Heifner shoots 264 as he sets fourth. Jerry Wiesendanger from Salina at 258. And then Bruce Ostroff at 258. Brandon Leibel from Wathena, Kansas, as at 257. Kevin Slocum's at 56. Craig Slocum at 56. Kevin Mason at 250. Steve Points at 247. And only 6 bowlers were under 200 that first game. So, scores are going to go pretty well. They're going to go high, and they're going to go quick as they have, well, are they doing 7 or 8? I need to make sure of that. Usually everything's 7, but they may do 8 games today, so I need to go check that out and make sure. But that is your top 5. Darren Henderson at 297, Tony Manna, Doug Code, Bob Heifner, and Jerry Wiesendanger, Bruce Ostroff, Brandon Leibel, Craig Slocum, Kevin Mason, and Steve Points, your top 10. We'll be back, and we'll update those. I'll announce those again, and do some looking around, find out who's doing what they're thinking, and how things are going. We are at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational Tournament. Got top 8 tomorrow, and round robin, and then top 5 for the stepladder final. So stick around. More information coming up in a few. so one of them said, the other one I didn't realize it was Now I got her right where I want her. Here's the microphone, dear. Let's start talking. We need to start talking here. We need to start talking. I got the mic for you.
Okay.
So how old is Julie? I can tell you said that. So what's your guys' shift? Okay, have a good one.
You too, Andy. I don't got it. Oh,
Look at me and let me go down there.
90-year-old woman goes up to the fence, stretches down, puts her legs up on his shoulder. He goes, ma'am, I'm not the guy to call you. He goes, ma'am, I'm not the guy to call you. She goes, I know.
Okay.
240, 245, 245. Maybe that'll be all right.
Get at least the other tracks in a row.
Wouldn't surprise me.
First 11 at least, then get to 12. Yeah, I'm okay.
I did on that shot. I'm not really sticking. It's not like marathon.
Hey, Don, I don't think I've ever seen you that deep this early.
Well, that's because they stink.
So what?
They stink.
Okay, hey,
It's kind of like
as long as it works.
well, it's like your goatee.
Yeah, it does.
It's a chia pet. It just keeps growing out. I like standing there.
Hey, I'll stand anywhere as long as I get strikes out of it.
Secretly, that's where I stand all the time.
But when you bring it up and your thing beats.
I did throw it once. I only got 8. I'll have to 8 and the 10. Can't throw that either. They don't have nothing on the end. It's all spent in the front. Oh well. Like the USB-C. You get
And Ryan Ragel back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. And we have the updated standings after game 2. Darren Henderson from Salina. What did they give me? Oh, there it is. There you go. There's a freebie for you. Darren Henderson, after he goes 297, goes 257. He's at 154 over. Doug Code as 135 over. Tony Manta Jr. at 125. Bruce Hostroff, 114 over. And the top 5, Steve Slocum is at 105. Dustin Collins goes 279. Game 2, and he is setting in 6th. Brandon Leibel at 501 is at 7th, and the top 8 is Steve Points at 94. John Schaefer is 9th at 83. Craig Slocum at 81 over. Tim Gromlovitz, he's at 79. Philip Rice from Lee Summit is at 79 over. Mark Pettit at 77. Jerry Wiesendanger at 74 over. And Double D, Daryl Dersler. He is at 71. So that's your top 15. Top 8 go into the round robin match play or round robin tomorrow. And then we will have the step ladder finals after the top 5 after that. So that's the standings at game 2. As we're in game 3 of 8. I said 7. Qualifying is usually 7, but for the Invitational it's 8. So stick around. We'll have some more updates and maybe talk to some of the bowlers or something. So stick around. Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. And we'll be back with more in a little bit.
Gary, been ready, Gary.
Don't make no dumb shots. Doing any good, Doug?
Doing okay so far. Still adversity this game.
Yeah, it's been a little weird.
Real time, dark side or silhouette?
I really like the dark side. I don't have it. They look similar though. Triple X, and I don't look at the other one real time. I think
I've heard a lot of people come from the dark side.
dark side looks that crown victory is really.
Brian.
Dark side's a little earlier, so if you want to maybe go dark side, you want a little bit longer. Still smooth, but strong.
another one? They made it easier. They made it easier. Everybody flew one pair. Next time I'll get 5
Okay, 258.
Jerry might be good.
Keep it going. 258.
It's a marathon, right?
Yeah, he's going to work.
Not even halfway.
That's
14-pound real time because I don't have it. I got a 14-pound big time. Yeah, throw main weight.
And Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, as we have the updated standings after Game 3. And a new leader, Tony Manna Jr. at 182 over. He goes games of 290, 235, 257. Darren Henderson is at 163. Doug Code at 142 over, setting in third. Steve Slocum at 127. Gary Williams Sr. from Shawnee is at 118. Brandon Leibel at 117. Philip Rice is at 116. Steve Points at 110. That is your top 8. Doug Hergenrader is in 9th at 106. Kevin Mason is at 104 in 10th. Bruce Ostroff. At 101, sitting 11th. Mark Pettit at 97 and 12th. Dave Moorhead. That worked out perfect. Thanks, Drew. And let's see, Mark Pettit is sitting 12th at 97. Dave Moorhead, 95 over in 13th. Dustin Collins from Wichita at 94 over at 14th. And Tim Grumlovitz at 15th and 94 over. So that's your top 15. So Tony Manna Jr., Darren Henderson, Doug Code, Stephen Slocum, Gary Williams, Brandon Leibel, Philip Rice, and Steve Points, your top 8. We'll cut to the 8 tomorrow for the round robin match play, and then we will cut top 5 for the stepladder final. So stick around, and we'll have some more updates as they are in game 4 or 5. And we have a 300, at least the front 7. And I'm trying to see who it is. Probably Tony. Yep. Well, Tony going the left lane? Is that Philip with the front 7? Philip Rice, front 7. Well, when Tony Manna Jr. walks up and you see a front 7 on the sheet, you're probably thinking it's Tony. I agree. Nothing against Philip, nothing against Mr. Rice, but I'm just saying, hey, if there's a front 7 on the sheet, I'm walking up with Tony Manna Jr., everyone's going to be thinking it's Tony Manna. So I'm just saying. We'll see what Philip does. You know what? I'm not even going to see what Philip does because we're not going to break his streak. Gladstone Bolt, we'll be back in a little bit with more updates.
this is at the every shoot there. That's a great.
55.
Put your shoes on, Andy. Come on. Hey, Andy, you better shoes on.
I have looked at the notes. I wasn't working on it.
You want 100 pins in the Well, it might make it. No guarantee. I don't know what shot it is.
40 will make the cut. All I gotta deal with flipping the house, 24 and 9.
One and two good, I do better.
Nice score.
Don't mark you okay. Don't cry. One time,
They're always a game behind. Figure it out.
I'm sure. Yeah. They just got up there with bull, man. Maybe they'll learn to slow. Yeah, learn to slow, man.
This is my way to too.
That's forward, man. Tell Larry Bull, right? You got to be learning to slow. One more, Mark. Wow. I say bad words all the time. Usually I come up and apologize before I start bowling. I used to go to the women's club. I'm gonna apologize. If I hear bad words, right next.
Try 11 and 12.
That's what I thought too. That's what I said. Mark, you want me to take that for you? You want to take the tea for you?
Here, let me have that. Can you carry that?
Yeah, I am good. 11 and 12.
And Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, as we are getting set to start Game 5 of 8 for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational for the top 32 of the season. Make it for the 8-game qualifying, cut top 8 for the round-robin match play tomorrow. And then we'll cut 5 for the step ladder finals. And some pretty good scores. Brian Manini goes 279, and I'm trying to see where. Holy Lord. Brian Manini was in 26.79, is going to put him at 138. So that'll give him a big jump. We'll see where that puts him. Tony Mana Jr., I believe, went 250, so he's going to stay up there. I didn't see some of the other big scores as they moved. But scores, Mr. Duck, and seeing some 240s. Right now they're to the point where 240 is starting to be a score that you're needing. You're going to see some 260s, 270s being popped off. But still, if you're shooting 210, 220, you're going to be losing pins to the field. So, yeah, scores are still going to be kind of high. And we have a lull where waiting for everyone on the left side to get done to move over here. And 23-24, Doug Code, Dave Pritz from Salina, Tim Grumlovitz, and Rafe Terry are getting started to bowl on 23 and 24. So that's kind of what we're waiting on, as the moving pair schedule is, if I believe right, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, next pair, but that's only 3. I'd have to look at one of the sheets, but something different that Dan came up with, and he just wanted to make sure you weren't following the same person, the same group each game. So, yeah, you're making a couple laps from 23-24 to 9 and 10. You know, you're making some decent jumps, but it just kind of depends. So you just wanted to make sure that you weren't following the same people every game. So stick around. The totals after Game 4 coming up. We're at Gladstone Bowl. Once again, make sure you hit the like, the subscribe, and the alert bell. Since we have the new YouTube page, still don't know what happened to the old one. And yes, we have lost all the videos that we had on there. So I have taken upon myself, each broadcast will be recorded, and I'll keep it on an external hard drive. Also, starting next year, we are going to not only broadcast on YouTube, but we will broadcast directly to Facebook, not use the YouTube link to Facebook. So that way, if something ever happens like that again, we're going to have, I'll have a backup. It'll be on Facebook, and we'll have it covered a couple ways. So that's one of the improvements we're doing next year. Also, probably going to do new graphics. I like these graphics, but we'll see if I can come up with something a little bit different that works. But may keep this, may try some different graphics, not sure. Also, when you see the sponsors on the right, make sure you make note of them and use them when you can. Actually, right there's Lisa Finley with Shelter Insurance. She is my insurance agent. She, I said, hey, well, give me a quote. She gave me a quote. House was a tick higher because I think we added something, but my auto coverage was lower. And the lower was more than what I raised my house insurance. So she's saving me a little bit of money. And I live in Ottawa, and she's up in St. Joe, so she's licensed in 10 states. Give her a call. Also, Rafe Terry with Anderson, Renewal by Anderson. Great windows. You see them all over the place. Ironworks, huge thanks to them for coming up and sponsoring. Gladstone Bowl, title sponsor for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. That's why we're here. Also, I Am Bowling, great shirts. You see a lot of the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour shirts being worn from them. 900 Global, Rotogrip and Storm. Jason Chris with Face Designs, all the graphics, making the banners, all the stuff, the shirts and stuff like that. So does great work. And also Finley Transportation. Joey does a great job with that. Lisa and Joey would be here, but they have a memorial baseball tournament in honor of Lisa's son that passed away a year and a half ago, I believe it was. And yeah, so they need to be there with that. So we appreciate their help with the tournament. Back in a little bit with the Game 4 updates. We're at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, and we will be back in a few minutes.
But I got a lot of those.
enough airtime shooting game one? What? Didn't you have enough airtime shooting game one?
You get an extra one. I don't want it.
Ryan Ragel back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational, and have the standings after 8. A little bit of a change. I thought Tony Manna Jr. would stay up there, and I thought Tony shot 240. He actually went 196. He falls down to third at 178 over. Doug Code, the lefty, is at 187. Darren Henderson from Salina, he goes 219 and moves up. In fact, let me double check that. Actually, he held his position. He's at 182. Tony Manna Jr. is at 178. Philip Rice had the front 8. He ends up going 259, and he moves up to 4th at 175. Brandon Leibel from Wathena is 5th at 162. Doug Hergenrader, 154 over in 6th. 7th, and I made the mention Brian Manini was in 26th. Or no, let me check that. Yeah, 26th. Shoots 279 and jumps all the way up to 6th. He is now 154 over, or 138 over. He jumps up to 7th, excuse me. Jerry Wieseninger at 132 is in 8th. David Moorhead, and that's the cut for the top 8 tomorrow. David Moorhead is at 131 over, setting in 9th. In 10th is Kevin Mason at 119. Steve Points at 117. At 116, Bruce Ostroff. In 13th, John Schaefer from Odessa. He is at 114. Mark Pettit is at 113. He is setting 14th. And Steve Slocum from Liberty is at 113 also, and he is in 15th. So that is your top 15. Again, your top 8. Doug Code, Darren Henderson, Tony Manna Jr., Philip Rice, Brandon Leibel, Doug Hergenrader, Brian Manini, and Jerry Wieseninger. That is your top 8. And we are almost halfway through Game 5 right now. So enjoy. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and the alert bell. And that way we get on the, you get the notifications when we start up again next year. And also, we're going to be broadcasting directly into Facebook and YouTube, so that way we don't have the same problem that we did yesterday. Well, anyway. Beyond that, stick around. We'll have the totals after Game 5 coming up here at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. The Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, the Invitational going on. We'll cut top 8 for the round robin tomorrow, and then cut top 5 for the match play.
suggestion.
You're welcome. Right over one feet. Right over one feet. I just gotta make sure I don't move up the table. Oh no. Boy, it's so cold.
And Ron Ragland back with you again at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. Game 5 standings have just been placed upon my table in front of me. And we have another new leader, Philip Rice. 232 over. As Philip has gains of 32, 47, 37, 59, 57. Solid and consistent will get you there all the time. Doug Code falling down to second at 225 over. At 219 is Brandon Leibel from Athena. Doug Hergenrader is at 212. Tony Manna Jr. is at 211. Sitting in fifth, Darren Henderson from Salina at 185. Mark Pettit has moved up. Mark's last game was 254, so that'll help out. So now you're looking at the 40s and 50s are actually getting you a few more pins and kind of helping you out a little bit more than what it was earlier. As he is setting sixth, Jerry Wiesendanger is still the number at 157. David Moorhead in ninth at 156. Kevin Mason in 10th at 145. And mind you, the cut line for the top 8 is 157. Don Breeden, slowly but surely, Don Breeden's making his presence known. He goes 199, 225, 47, 26, 45. So Breeden was 21st after 4, and he shoots 240. And now he finds himself in 11th. And John Schaefer at 140 and 12th. Bruce Ostroff at 140, also tied for 12th. Kent Sherfry at 131 and 14th. Brian Manini has fallen down to 15th after he was moved himself up to 6th after his 270. And Manini, where's he at? He goes 270, it's not, or excuse me, he was in 7th, not 6th, but he goes 279 and then turns around and goes from the high end to the low end and goes 190 and falls from 7th all the way down to 15th. So yeah, you have to, sometimes you have to make sure you don't lose the pins. It's a lot easier to lose them than gain them. So, and you're 15th, yeah, and Brian Manini is 15th. So he's 15th. He's at 128, but the number being 157 means that Brian Manini is only 29 off the cut from the top 8. So there's a lot of players that are still in the realm as we are in game 6. So you figure this is, counting this one's 3 more games, with the number being 157, 32. Steve Points is 19th at 125, so we'll go that far. Dustin Collins might have a little stretch. That'll be about it, but I'm going to be looking at 19th on up, being 157, being 32 out. So, yeah, you can get a big game, get yourself right back in it. So we are at Gladstone Bowl, Gladstone, Missouri, Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. 8-game round-robin match play tomorrow, and then we'll cut top 5 for the stepladder final. So stick around, middle of game 6, and we'll have the totals coming up in a few from Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. I've all never thought about getting it. I don't know that.
Whatever it takes, dude. I take wherever it takes.
Well, we got a cheerleading squad. What's the hell?
Hopefully it gets me. I can do it. I've done it before.
After that last game. Or this game.
No, that last game just got done.
Yeah.
They all kind of started weeding out.
Yeah. You'll know.
Who has a chance? That game didn't hurt.
No.
He needs
Yeah.
Yeah, really sucked. Pulled the board and we
I get beef from my cat. I have a freezer full of like hanging weight.
You're running low, aren't you?
It only weighed 745 hanging weight. We did not have that
Well,
much.
once you get used to that, you'll start to do it.
I grew up on a farm. I know nothing but, I know nothing. I buy a whole beef and a whole hog every year. I know nothing other than,
And Mom couldn't understand why when I was younger, she was trying to get back to the thing.
I don't chew my milk.
Yeah. Well,
I don't like farm fresh.
I don't like the thing.
Well, but I'm just saying, like,
No,
because
but-
it's not, it's,
But what do you think that all this is?
you used to homogenize pasteurized milk. It's hard to go to farm fresh. You know, I grew up on a farm. My dad and brothers still farm, so there is no need to buy meat at the store. It's a different, like to this, nobody understands. I do not want pets. I want nothing to do with the pet. Nothing. I don't need a pet to.
Too many cows around.
Well, no, you just animals are more in my world. But when I was younger, it was a hog farm, and when I went to college, Dad transitioned from hogs to cattle because cattle weren't just nearly as labor intensive. We went in the market. There are a lot of. So yeah, last week we went home and my beef was done. He's never hooked all the beef before. I've always just done it myself. He was like, holy shit. Once in 30 years.
Every other turn
Yeah.
was just getting inundated in the fat, all this dirt shit. She showed up. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Right. No.
Showed up. I remember looking down, you could see
All the mud.
yeah, it wasn't
There's mud at that point. There's nothing covered with it.
by the time it gets,
Yep. Yeah, when we were home last weekend, so my parents' farm, my dad's farm now is outside of, it's on the St. Louis side. And both my brothers are younger, and the older and younger, he was spraying. And I'm like, really, you had to do that while I was home. And he goes, I have to smell it, so you. I'm like, and then he goes, well, you could come out and help. I go, yes. say right here.
Just
It's right here. So
she knows what I'm referring
I know exactly. My bestest friend.
to. Yeah.
My bestest friend.
Were you at the doubles 2 years ago? Omaha.
Omaha.
I don't get to go to it because by the time I would get home, I'm already, it's already late enough. I get up early. So I never get to go up there.
Troy got on her. And then next thing I was moving my stuff behind. He got on my ass. We're moving our stuff down there before he oh, right. And if Denise had not have been there, Troy and I might have. Oh, yeah.
So at Omaha, they were doing the lanes. And so like that back table where Jerry's wife is sitting. So in Omaha, we went over the mat so we could see down because Omaha seating sucks. And so like, where did you on lane 1 2? Well, he was sitting at a back table and we walked in front of him. And we were in the bowlers area. I'm like, okay, technically yes, we were. Nobody was bowling on those lanes. Oh my God. And of course, I was not caught off guard that he did. But I just looked at him and I'm like, you don't get that. When we were at his house, he yelled at the people. We walked away and I looked at him and I go, you don't need to take that shit. Oh God. Like, you don't need to take that shit. Something. So that are there extra pieces? Will you bring in the paper? Should you just put papers out?
And back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, and yet another leader as Doug Hergenrader has now moved up to the lead at 280 over. Doug Code has remained in second. He is at 272. Philip Rice. No, I'll take him.
That's game 6.
Oh, okay. Philip Rice has dropped from first to third, and he is 233 over. Tony Manna Jr. is at 230 in fourth. Brandon Leibel also at 230. 10 pins behind them is Mark Pettit at 220. Jerry Wiesendinger has moved up to seventh from eighth at 194. And Steve Points, who was in 19th, as I made the mention, he was 125 over. Steve Points shoots, that would have been 63, 263 to move up from 19th to 8th. That's what I did. Thank you. Now I get my good sheet. And then turn around. Brian Manini, who had mentioned, had jumped from 26th to 7th, had fallen down to 15th by going 279, 190, goes 258 and jumps from the 15th and moves himself up to 9th into a solid spot to make it into the top 8. John Schieffer is at 180 along with Don Breeden. Kevin Mason at 168. Darren Henderson from Salina is 165. David Moorhead at 159. Tim Grumlovitz at 143. So to make the top 8 is at 188 with 2 more games to go. And my guess is probably we're looking at 188 at the cut, so thinking 30, 45. So I'm thinking probably Tim Grumblovitz might, I would say he's about the longest shot. I would say 13th, Darren Henderson at 165, Kevin Mason 168, Don Breeden 180 along with John Schaefer, and Brian Manini at 186. So that's about the ones I'm looking at. And after this, we'll have a really good idea on who has a shot at the top 8 for the round robin match play tomorrow. And when they get toward the end of toward the probably middle of game 8, we'll go on and start figuring up who's where and everything and who the top 8 is. So we're at Gladstone Bowl, Gladstone, Missouri, and make sure you check out all the sponsors that we have for the tournament, and a huge thanks to everyone here at Gladstone Bowl, title sponsor for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll have Game 7 update coming up in a few from Gladstone Bowl. I'd say Steve's probably out of it. He's operating 65. I hate to say it, but that's unless he can.
Well, he's not doing that.
Well, he's not. That's the front 3 helping.
But then he left the split.
I was healthy today, Jim. Huh? I was healthy today. I had a BLT. Healthy today. That's pretty good. I'll tell you what I've done. I like BLT. I'll tell you what I do. Is make an hamburger. Whether it's put it in tortilla. You don't worry about anything. All that meat. Yeah. That's the way to go about it.
I think that happened here before.
Cut number gonna be? What's your prediction?
I got figure 35, 40.
It's gonna be 240. It's gonna take 240. Push it down a little bit.
right, Ryan Ragland back with you. Totals after 7, and things start getting really interesting about now. Doug Hergenrader is in the lead at 324 over. Brandon Leibel, who just moved from 5th, is now up in second at 308. Philip Rice maintains third at 278 over. Doug Code falls from second to 4th. He is at 276. And Darren Henderson moves up from 13th up to 5th. And he is at 255, so he goes 290. He goes from 165 to 255, so he goes 290. Game 6. Tony Manna Jr., who we have on 21 and 22, is at 244, and he goes double open spare. Or no, he goes double open, and both of those on a 245. That, you don't see that very often. Brian Manini in 7th. He is on 23 and 24 at 243 over. Mark Pettit is the cut at 235. Steve Points is 225, one off the cut. Jerry Wiesendanger at 221. John Schieffer at 11th at 205. 193 is Kevin Mason at 193. 185 is David Moorhead in 13th. Don Breeden at 182 and 14th. Tim Gromlovich at 164 and 15th. So the cut right now is 235. So you got to be thinking 30. So probably John Schieffer, Jerry Wiesendanger, and Steve Points. Maybe Kevin Mason would be the ones to look at. And I'm going to have to do some look around, find out who's where. Jerry Wiesendanger's on the low end. So we'll go down there and check what he's doing. And Tony Manna Jr. just went 3 opens in a row. He opens on a 245 in the 3rd and 4th, and then had a split and opened up on that conversion. So, yeah, that's something you really don't see. The big games, yeah, Brandon Leibel 278. Last game 290 for Darren Henderson, 257 from Brian Manini. And I saw Manini with a few rumblings on 23 and 24, so we'll have to figure out what's going on there. I'm going to take a timeout real quick, find out who's where, and when I come back, we'll write it out on Game 8 and find out who's going to make the top 8 for the round-robin match play tomorrow, and then the cut to the top 5 for the stepladder finals. We'll be back in a little bit here at Gladstone Bowling, Gladstone, Missouri, for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour.
Now I gotta find out where everybody is. Good to see you.
I don't think
Ryan Ragland back with you at the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. And as they say, now business is about to pick up. Brian Manini just strikes out in the 10th, game 8 for 234. So that's going to put him at 277 over. And I'm looking at some of the other ones that are just about done. 19 and 20. See where Doug Code's at. Also, you have Philip Rice. Who is at 278 over. And Doug Code, if he strikes out, he can go 228. Which would give him 304. So nixes that. So if he spares, if he spares strike, goes 19, but he's got the 2-4-7-8, which isn't easy. So the 214 will give him 290 over. And we'll see what he does here. and also have Steve Points on 17 and 18. And they're about halfway through. Oh, 9 out. So that's going to be 203 for Doug Coday. And that's going to put him at 279. So he's going to stay ahead of Manini. And trying to see who else is about done. I think the next that'll be done will be Philip Rice, who's up on 21. And he gets the blower 7 out. If he sheets out, that'll be 246, and that'd put him solidly in. And that'd put him at 320. So we'll have to see who he does. Also, Tony Manna, after opening in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, has a 4-bagger going into the 10th. If he sheets out, can go 221, and 21 would give him 65, and he can't lose any more positions. So we'll keep concentrating on 21 and 22 real quick and see what Philip Rice and Tony Manna Jr. does. Bob with the late kick on the 10-pin. And some of the guys that are looking to work their way in are on the lower end, and they're not quite done yet. So we'll move down there as soon as these guys up here get done. Looking to cut top 8 that go into the round robin match play tomorrow, and we'll have coverage of all 8 lanes. And then after the 8 games of round robin, we'll have the match play, the stepladder or the stepladder finals after that. So we'll take a look at Steve Points real quick. And Points on the spare on lane 18. Oh, he actually had the front 7, so he'd 279 if he sheets, so that'd be huge for Steve Points. But Philip Rice right now on 22. So with that 8 count, that's going to give him a 224. Give me my sheet back. That'll give him 224, so that put him at 302 on the spare and the strike. And I believe the fact that Steve Points doing what he's doing is probably going to be the one to knock Tony Manna out. Yeah. You want to bet? And that's one thing you're not going to see is Tony Manna losing that. I didn't see what did Pettit shoot?
Pettit is plus
So he goes 219.
No.
Right, but he shot 219
Yeah. He's plus 256.
or two. No,
He's plus 256.
21. So on the spare,
Knockman is in trouble.
yeah, Tony's in trouble on the spare. He can strike for 200. Philip Rice goes 224.
So Tony's out. Points is in.
And
Points just left another 10. 7.
so Tony Mana has to strike for even. Steve Points just left another 7-pin. But he can still go 268. 68 would be 80, 93. Would be 293. So yeah, I think Points is the one that may move up and knock Tony Mana out. And they're getting close. Well, I missed some over here. They got done real quick. So I have to see what John. Let's see what. So Doug Hergenbrader shoots 259. That puts him 283. Brandon Leibel. Who else was on 9 and 10? Kevin. So Kevin Mason shoots 218, so he's not going to make it. Trying to. Doing my best Jethro Bodine. And see what Brandon Leibel on the spare. He can go 258. So Brandon Leibel is in easy. So is Philip Rice, Hergen Raider, Doug Code. Steve Points looks like he's going to go in. He's coming up on lane 18. Along with Henderson, as he is getting ready to come up on 15 and 16. So Points with the strike. And he's going to go 258, or excuse me, 260. No, hold on. Oh, that was the second one. These scores are quick. I thought it hadn't registered yet. So on the strike, Points can go 268. And that's going to put him in the 290s. So he's going to have the big jump. And then we get done with that. Then we can watch so yeah, Tony Mana goes 200 even. So that's going to leave him at 244, and that's going to knock himself out. 268. So that's going to be 293 for Steve Points. And then we look for Leibel and Henderson. And I missed what Jerry shot. .231 over. Okay.
Well, it's 231,
Okay.
which won't make it.
Yeah. And then Schaefer is out. So it looks like we have our 8. And waiting to see how things are going to end up with Leibel and Henderson. Leibel up on lane 15. Leibel with the strike, and if he strikes out, he goes 258. Henderson, if he strikes out, can go 259. So those two are solidly in. So it looks like we have our 8. The Electrify by Darren Henderson. He's throwing the Old Storm Electrify. And he's been throwing it all 8 games, and that thing looks like a freaking tank to him. See how Leibel finishes out. Oh, he gets the blower for 7. Brandon Leibel looks like he is going to take the lead. No, I'll take that back. He's going to be second. Looks like Hergenrader with his 59 is going to be the number 1 qualifier. Darren with another high flush. So 258 on the strike for Leibel. And make it 258. So 366. And that looks like it's going to put Brandon in second. Darren Henderson with the 258 or 268 or no 259. Excuse me. So if my Jethro Bodine deciphering is correct, and I'll wait till the official, but unofficially, it looks like 383 for Doug Hergenrader. Brandon Leibel at 366. Looks like Darren Henderson is going to be number 3. Number 4 is going to be Philip Rice at 302. Steve Points comes up from 9th with his 268 to be the 5th seed. Six would be Doug Code at 279. Brian Manini at 7th. And I believe Mark Pettit at 256 holds on for the number 8 spot. So unofficially, Doug Hergenrader at 383, Brandon Leibel at 366. 304 in third is Darren Henderson. Fourth is Doug Code at 02. Fifth is Steve Point at 293. 279. Oh, 270. Well, let me check it. Doug Henderson at, 303. Doug Code at 279, 277 for Brian Manini, and Mark Pettit is 8th at 256. So you made it. Well, what's kind of interesting, yeah, Doug likes my math. You know, here's the kicker. Brian Manini at one point goes from 26th to 7th down to 15th, and I'll have to look at the sheets. And he had to sheet the last 5. Brian Manini had to strike out the last 5 or 6 on 23 and 24, which a lot of people were having problems on. So that's pretty stout. So we're going to wait for Dan to come up with the official standings, and we'll be back in a few here at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. Stick around for the official standings here in a few minutes.
There you go, Gary. All right. This is for the EJ Jacqueline, the new limited release white ball that's coming out in June. This is courtesy of Drew's Pro Shop here at Gladstone Bowl. 2, 3, 3, 8. Here we go, Tom. No, I'm sorry, 2, 3, 3, 8. There you go. All right. Again, thank you to all the senior bowlers that supported the tour this year. We had a very successful season. I will get the final results here and we'll announce the top 8 and the alternate. Also, 2 super seniors will cash today as well. So just give me a few minutes here and we'll have the official results. Thank you.
Well, Ray, if I don't need you tomorrow, somebody wants to buy it. You want the bowling ball, David? You won? Huh? Isn't that 2 times now? No, you need drill down. Nah, it's a voted ball. I want being voted about football. I don't know. How do you know? That's throwing a few and I don't like it. I don't have enough. I got a bell ball. What's that do fucking for me?
So what I should have done, I should have said, a little bigger, there's that finger.
He's got more in his back than I do.
There was something, his son hit my truck.
Yeah.
And
How far away to us?
somebody,
Yeah, but I got another fucking chamois.
you're a double when you're coming.
Yeah, this is
I called my insurance company. They said, put a claim on my He had to get you went on it, Western or Montgomery or whatever.
No.
I had a guy, I was going up to a parking lot, the right direction in between the stall, but there was no cars, so I was 6, the road was like 7. I didn't. He was going slow.
Yeah, like a kid. I'm going on him. He's coming out. The one I wanted was Gladstone.
You had a red light there.
Well, if they do. They don't get it.
Oh yeah, wrong decade. Would you be
Depends on how the tops
All right. Now, official results. Before I do that, though, I think everybody knows already, but it's Julius' birthday today, so happy birthday, Julius!
And Ryan Ragland back with you, and here we go with the final standings.
Super senior out of the cash. 93 is one of those checks, plus 215. The other super senior is Jerry Wiesendanger, plus 231. The alternate is Tony Manna at plus 244. And now your top 8. And again, tomorrow, 11 o'clock, check in between 10:30, 10:45. 8 games, match play. 8th place, Mark Pettit, plus 256. 7th place, Brian Manini, plus 277. 6th place, Doug Code, plus 279. 5th place, Steve Points, plus 293. 4th place, Phil Rice, plus 302. 3rd place, Darian Henderson, plus 314. 2nd, Brandon Leibel, plus 366. And your tournament leader today at plus 383, Doug Hergenrader.
And there you go. There's the top 8 for the round robin match play. And I kind of like to see how close I actually was. I'll check it out later, but Doug Hergenrader with the tournament lead, 383 for 8 games. Brandon Leibel, Darren Henderson, Philip Rice, Steve Points, Doug Code, Brian Manini, who had to have the last 6 strikes in game 8 to make the cut, and makes the cut. But, well, he was 19 ahead of 8th place, and then 25 ahead of 9th. So, still, good run. And Mark Pettit finishes in 8th. So, there's your top 8. 11 o'clock tomorrow, round robin match play of the top 8, and then we'll have the step ladder finals. A huge thanks to everyone joining us here, and for the staff helping us out here at Gladstone Bowl. We'll see you tomorrow for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. The winner tomorrow wins $1,800. See you tomorrow morning.